Hello, everybody. We're back, and I'm half asleep. How is it going? All right, give me a sec. I'll be having my breakfast as usual. Hopefully, not mess up everything here. And I just maybe put this here. Do that without messing things up. Warm and so good. All right, so how had we arrived yesterday? So, 1, 2. Okay, 1 sec. Try not to make a mess here. My blueberry muffin. Muffin. So good. Sugar's good. What is that? I've never seen that before. That's interesting. But my wife is asking me something. Well, I have to go get something out of the freezer. Be right back. Oh, they are. Hey, Luffy. Hey, buddy. How'd it go last night? You manage to get any sleep at all? I was really happy to see you smile. Very, very happy to see you smile. The wife is feeling better. She's back to work now. We'll see. Usually this kind of stuff gets worse by the as the day advances, so we'll see how she feels tonight. Sorry, I'm reading and eating at the moment, so not much reading out loud happening. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I I wish I had deep sleep for myself because honestly, I'm the exact opposite. Anything wakes me. I need to sleep with earplugs. With like a blackout thing, you know, the things to the light. Oh. How's the head feeling today? You feeling alright? The world could go up in flames and we want to wake up. Wow. Completely fine and never get a hangover or anything like that. That's nice. Very good. What is the plan for today? What are you up to? You're going shopping? Alright, cool. Food shopping? Groceries? Need beverages for my evenings. Fair enough. Are you gonna be able to find a laptop to help you look for a job soon? Also, I wish I could drink alcohol like I used to. My body just doesn't handle alcohol anymore. On Thursday, okay. That was good. I get a headache as soon as I drink alcohol. I've gone on a complete cleanse of a lot of disgusting stuff out of my body and can't drink. I didn't drink much to begin with, but every once in a while it'd be nice to get a beer or something. I can't drink. Anyway, be right back again. I had 3-4 points yesterday. Felt a bit unclear. Used to not even notice that amount. Yeah. My body is to the point where I sip a little bit of beer, I start getting a headache right away. Because it's not good for my body. I mean, it's not good for anybody's body. Alcohol is poison, but especially for mine. So, and because I've gone through this, getting a lot of shit out of my body. Now my body, whenever I put something in that is not supposed to go in, it lets me know very, very quickly and very, very loudly. So that's the thing. So yeah, I do miss, having a beer here and then. And I used to drink, and Lagavulin, I think, was my choice of scotch at the time. So because I didn't really drink anymore like I used to. Yeah. Well, yeah, so you build up a tolerance to any poison over time. That's alright. I mean, in the end, I had some wild times when I was 20 something, and then as the time progresses, just drank less and less and less. Alright. Behind him, Hawk saw a long corridor lined with similar doors, like the one in their cell. A large iron bar was placed in the middle of each, and a metal flap shaped like a keyhole lay at the bottom left of each door, likely hiding the only way to unlock the cell. Each door was reinforced with heavy wood, lined with metal. Nothing short of an explosion or the power itself could get us out, he thought to himself. He tried to reach out again inside his mind, but nothing came of it. Despair and emptiness that made him feel hollow. And then he turned quickly to look at Charles, Ethan, the last person in the room, was Leanda. His heart jumped. Relief. I see he seemed to be all in one piece and alert. Hey, Sana. How are you? Welcome back. I could see that she was also awake, although she hadn't spoken at all. They all looked at each other, and Hawk saw that Charles was puzzled when Ethan quickly moved his sight past him. His attention had quickly moved to the figure that was still standing in the doorway. From what he could tell, the man must have been almost 2 meters tall and very bulky. The figure stood still, just outside of the cell, and Hawk couldn't make out his face, or much of his features for that matter, as the light was behind the man. His senses focused on the man's breathing, deep and rugged, as if just standing was an effort. Yeah, my consumption of alcohol has really slowed down when I entered my 20s and moved far away from my family. Yeah, it happens, as it should. Otherwise, you're going to end up with 40 and cirrhosis or worse, so... Then, slowly, the figure entered the cell. The door frame was just wide and tall enough to let him through, but his head almost brushed as he stepped in. There was something strange in his gait, something off. It looked as if the person was uncomfortable, not just with walking, but in his whole body. It reminded him a bit of the shrink puppets that he'd seen as a child at the island's fair. I'm gonna capitalize the island because it's Island of Shines. The figure approached Ethan, and Hawk could see the man. Actually, no. The man's eyes filled with fear as he tried to move away, his chains rattling on the stone floor. Then the stranger stopped, reached from behind to pull out a large metallic flask, and poured the liquid inside of the tin cup that had been lying at Ethan's feet. Afterwards, he took a loaf of bread and split it, placing a piece onto the floor. "Drink. Eat," the figure said, his tone guttural, somehow even more unnatural than how he walked. The voice sent shivers down Hawk's spine, and reaffirmed the belief that there was something wrong with the stranger, something unnatural. Ethan rushed back to where he had been staying, lunging from the piece of bread and stuffing his mouth with it. Then the figure moved to Hawk, crouched at eye level. The first thing he noticed was the smell. It was the same smell he had encountered in the tunnel, the waft of dead fish and water, albeit less intense than what the egg sacs had produced. Then he saw that hood enshrouded the figure's face. You can tell many of the features of the man that was staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted at certain angles with a yellow light, almost as if you were watching a cat in the dark. Leave it for now. The man reached for Hawk's wrists, and with a jiggle of the keys and a clank, released them. However, feet were left clasped in irons. Relief went through his body as he could finally lower his arms and massage his wrists. The burning pain and discomfort he hadn't even been aware of feeling up until then, quickly subsiding. The figure poured the liquid in a cup and handed it to him, fingers like sausages and a hand like a clasp that made the tin cup look like a teacup in comparison. "Drink," he said with the same tone. Hawk studied the cup, puzzled, and looked back into the dark hood. "Are you?" he asked. He saw the eyes dart from him, the cup, and back up again. "Hey, Blast, how are you this morning?" "Drink," the man said once more, this time pushing the cup closer to Hawk's mouth. He took the cup and for a second looked at the liquid therein. He tried smelling it. Couldn't quite tell if anything had been placed inside there or if it were poison. He looked across the cell to see that Ethan had made quick work of the piece of bread and greedily downed the contents of his own cup. Hawk then looked at Charles and Elianda and questioned them with his eyes, but before he could say anything else, the figure repeated, "Drink." This time his tone was harsher. He brought the tin cup to his lips and sipped a small amount. The fresh water he tasted made his parched mouth suddenly beg for more, and his body rejoiced. He couldn't taste anything out of the ordinary except for the sweetness of the water itself. It was as clear as spring water. He took a few deep sips from the cup and downed them, his throat thankful for the freshness. It felt to him like the best cup of water he'd ever had. Then he looked back at the figure, and he nodded at him, and proceeded to hand him a piece of bread, and said, "Eat." Hawk took the bread, and his stomach leapt with happiness at the first bite of the dry and stale loaf that had been handed to him. "Hey, that's good. I just had my med review. Cool. How did that go?" All right. So, where should we take this? As soon as he was done eating, had drunk the full measure, The man placed manacle, locked the manacles back around his wrists and moved onto Charles and Elianda. The same scene that he had witnessed happened with them. Well, whilst that Hawk tried to study what he could of the man, he saw that he wore a patched leather cloak and torn cloak, not clock, and torn trousers. He was bare feet. Although the details were hard to gather in the gloom of the room, with the light coming from the door barely illuminating. Alright. Barefoot. He was barefoot, not bare feet. That's interesting. 20 milligram test dose one day, the next one day 30 milligram, maintain every 4 weeks. Reducing my, I don't know what PRN is, and they acknowledge again. For me, all these acronyms mean nothing. I'm sorry, I apologize if I don't know them. I acknowledge them. My therapy books I read from. If I had psychiatry, was a little bit confused why I had training manual, and I'm like, dude, I was on a 4-year waiting list. I wasn't patient. Understand? Yeah. They reducing my PRN as and when per. I don't know what it stands for. Sorry. Moving forward, I put it in brackets. Yeah, still. No, but anyway, the important thing is that you're progressing in the right direction. So I'm very happy for you. But the acronym doesn't mean that. Well, I mean, at least the acronym doesn't. No PRN in there. That's why I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm very literal. You tell me PRN, I'm expecting PRN. No, it wouldn't make sense to be PR. Ah, okay, cool. That's Latin. Okay, cool. Thank you. Didn't know. Never heard of it. Never heard of that thing. Thank you for explaining. The figure. As the figure turned towards far wall to provide Leanda the same care had been given. Hook quickly, right? Take in what kid of the room proper, of the cell proper. As Ethan had described, small, great loose. Great. Hey, the corner close to the door. But other than that, the room was made of stone, work, and mold. Why is it? It's not mold. That mold, the fine mold. Yeah, it's not mold. It's mold. Why would you do that? Honestly. Fat of mold, varying degrees, sizes, all over. Why is it mold? Frustrating. Hey, Liffy, congratulations. I can spend money again. Yay. Speaking of, I think I also received my pip today. By the way, an update on the chair. They got back to me saying that they are trying to figure out what happened and that they'll be in touch with me as soon as possible. Paraphrasing here, of course, but as I thought, I'm gonna be in limbo until they figure out what happened, what went wrong. I'll go from there, which is always nice. It's a good day. I don't know. Everything just disappears all in one go, but yeah. Pip Day is also the day where I pay all the bills. So for like a small amount of time, your bank account looks happy, and then all gone. You're back to pennies. Personal independence payment. And well, but now it's actually been changed to adult disability payment. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, rent here is almost £900, not counting gas and electricity. So but we've discussed this. Like I know I need to get myself into council housing. But we looked into it and I don't think we can, with everything that we have to organize and do before the wedding, I don't think we can afford it to the time to, if we ever were to get something, move this year. So we're gonna leave it until next year and go for that. As Ethan has described, the small sluice grate. Sluice? Sluice? Oh, it's like that. Sluice grate. In corner close to the door. Other than that, the room is made of stonework. And patches of mold of varying degrees and sizes were all over. His stomach complained for the begged for more food, but he pushed It pushed hunger away and studied their cellmate. The man was very thin and dirty. His long hair had become a mess, muddied mess, and it stood at odd angles and shaped round head. He had a sharp chin and small eyes. That were studying, were now intent on studying him and his companions. Rent is the devil of me. I pay 1700. Oh my god, yeah. Hey, Teens. Hello, my friend. How are you? What can I say here now? Oh, okay. I hope you had a good night. You sleep well. Olivia apparently slept very little. When did you guys like call it a night last night after I was gone? What time did you all start to head to bed? Ugh. as he was doing so. Dirty yellow finger nailed hands were picking at the matted rim clothes he was wearing. Hey, Vanilla! Hey, my friend. How are you? Everybody, it's Vanilla! Sorry, I'm just reading messages here. Alright, so how goes the writing? Well, getting sidetracked here. With the last clanking of tackle metal, the figure stood back up and left the room, a cell behind him, slamming the door shut. The sound was like thunder and hot ear. Actually, yet again, Hawk tried to access the power inside. No avail. With no avail. To no avail. To no avail. No avail. And his mind was still very foggy. The headache resurfaced again and realized that every time he tried power, the blasted pain, sharp knife like pain, come back racing, punishing. Let's see. Doing good, just making some tea right now. Ooh, just got out of the shower. How goes the writing? Sidetrack, really classic. If I got a penny every time I got sidetracked, I'll probably don't have to work ever. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Exactly, Bless. I'll be right back. One sec. Apparently, my son is struggling to eat the nursery because his teething is getting in the way. Poor little one. That was so annoying teething, honestly. Thankfully, we don't remember it, but whew. Frame by several days stubble? Nah. Alright, well, we'll leave it there. We'll have it back in a day or two. A lot of that is. We've tried, there's a teething powder, which is basically the plant that is known as chamomilla. Not chamomile, but it's another one. There's a what was it called? I don't even remember. It's just a little powder you put on the and if that doesn't work, it's just usually paracetamol, because if that doesn't work, pain is too strong. So that's what we tried. Titties. Titties. Like most of the kids will too. The older kids. Yeah, the problem is with teething, they bite a lot. So nope. Not good. Oh my god. Resounding like thunder in Hawk's ears. He stretched his hearing. When the steps were far away enough not to be heard any longer, he heard Lyanda spit on the floor. Spit on the floor? Nah, because I think she could vomit what she just ingested. I'd rather just spit liquid. He heard the noise of pouring liquid coming from Anda's direction. What could I call the plant that is used to poison the mind? Oh, yeah. Devils. Dead. Harsh stone. Try not drink any more if you can. Bread seems fine, but the water, poison, muddle mind. There you go. Fictional name. I think Devil's Tongue Root can. Actually, no. Let's say Devil's Tongue. Powder. Powder. The drink. Water. There you go. The bread seems fine, but the water is poison to muddle the mind. Okay, cool. Let's do that for now. Oh no, I'm trying to make up my own name for the powder. That's it. Get it back. Well, that's good to know. Let's see what the plant actually does do. It looks like a mushroom, honestly. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, cool. That's nice. Oh, welcome back home. Uh, that's a cool one, Crimson Mire. I'll keep Devil's Tongue for now. It's very fitting. I'll save this other one that you posted. Give me a sec. Book. Book. Plants. And plants. Oh, yeah. Actually, yes. Makes more sense in this situation, funny enough. So, Crimson Mire. Let's do Crimson Mire then. I think my all-time favorite is Deadly Nightshade, Belladonna. As a name. Yeah, I saw that you said that. The Nightshade, though, is more of a... Well, I mean, it's addling to the brain and can, in small amounts, cause hallucinations, but it's extremely hard to get right, and it's more likely to make you die than actually just cause you hallucinations. So this is not what we're going for. We want mind altering in a way that prevents our characters from using their abilities and wits. So, and Mire, the Crimson Mire actually works really well because the monsters that are taking... Well, I wouldn't say taking care, but I've taken them prisoners, are of the waterways. They are currently residing in the underground sewer system. And it's not just a sewer system, it's an underground system that's been built under the city of Alabaster. Also sewers right beside it. And it's snakes that are born in like special shell eggs that looks like algae and then can mutate as they grow up. They can transform into wolves with scales, basically. And then the third form, which is what just walked in there, they can take the shape of human beings that they have killed and transform their body, basically taking over their body. And which is the hardest, the most dangerous of the kind, but it takes time for them to get to the point where they can mimic humans really, really well. Hence the oddity and the way that this guard figure moved and behaved and spoke. That speaking part doesn't come natural to them because they don't really have control. Call them Ziza. And they're finally enough based on a was it a Perkin? Yeah, it's a Perkin from Chile. So from cryptids that actually exist in different cultures around the world. So they're based off of that, and then I just put my own twist in it. Mainly write about biblical terms, and maybe Nyx isn't the correct word. I think it sounds really cool. Comes to the Greeks, Nyx being the daughter of Chaos, the god of night. Not necessarily just biblical. I use a little bit of everything. Nyx is like Noctis in Latin. So the thing is, the wording in and of itself has not been decided. I have the lore in my mind, but the names are just up in the air. I am using Enochian for the monsters to a certain degree, but that's the ancient knowledge that's been lost. Because there's characters in our group that have been alive for over 1,000 years. And thanks to like special rites that they undertook, their body, etc., that come with a lot of side effects and other things. And they used to be part of the war that humankind had to fight back when the monsters ruled the earth, basically. And therefore, I am still trying to figure out the exact names of things and which kind of languages I want to use. I'm thinking Latin, Sumerian, Greek, and what's the other one? Not Siamese. Persian. So I'm thinking like those are the mix. That's why I put like, for example, the power, right? So the power that Hawk has inside of him that allows him to do a lot of things is called just the power at the moment because it's kind of like a placeholder for the concept. Am I lagging slightly? Am I? All green on my side. No delay here. No lag. Little freezes. My side looks fine. I'm meaning like I'm checking the stream on Twitch, not just OBS. My hair does whatever it wants as usual, but other than that, no freezes, no nothing. I like Nisha because it's a connection to cults. Yeah, Zenly Nisha is really cool. Over the camera. Yeah, I'm just looking at myself. No freezes. I can. Nope. Right, so that's what's been banging on my head like a drum. Turtles. Going to be hard staying on this cell without water, without drinking for yes. I've looked at the room. Well, I couldn't see anything that could get us out of here. Are you alright? Margaret? Was it Margaret that I used the name? Fake name. The fictitious name? Yeah, Linda. The Linda? Oh, Linda. Oh, Linda. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, just call her Linda for now. I think because then we can keep the farce up. Because Hulk does have a sister. Her real name is Helen. But I think I call sister. No Norms, Ethan, Charles, Jacob. I was Margaret. Is okay. Margaret. Okay, let's go for Margaret. I remember correctly. And I made up these characters and I still forget their names. See how bad I am with names? Remembering names and dates is for me is just impossible. You die faster from dehydration and starvation. Yep. Yep. I am fully aware. Hence why I said that. Going to be hard staying in the cell without drinking. Yes, I've looked at the room. I couldn't see anything to get us out of here. You're right. Margaret. Oh, said. Accentuating. Name. He didn't know how much of their previous conversation the Draken had heard. Fine, my dear brother. We replied, and he sighed with relief. So, Nathan, said Charles. Brighton. How long have you been? Here. What was your last memory before being brought to the cell? Hawk could hear the man could hear died meddling with the chains. On his left side in the dark. Haven't the recollection, as I said to your friend, Jacob? Was it? To Jacob. I don't quite remember. Everything foggy, and I don't have much recollection. I don't, and my mind doesn't pass a certain point. For some reason, can even remember why I came here, nor my mother's face. The man said in a worried tone, his voice breaking. Huck had noticed that the man hadn't seemed recognize Charles's face nor voice. Actually, voice nor face once the door was open. But perhaps it was because the man had drinking crimson fire. Actually, it should be capitalized because fire. Or wow. Memory is common with extended fire. Said Charles, sailing as more noise could heard coming from his direction. What doing? Asked Ethan. If they hear you, they'll come back. Are they stuck in a cell, Ninja? So think having the characters like the water drop list of the water floors a good way to illustrate how dire the situation is, maybe. Well, yeah, true, but it's not gonna get to that point. You'll see. It's just like they didn't know the water was poison up until now. Elianda the Draken has heightened senses because her race has a very heightened sense of smell and taste as different than ours. So because of that, she was able to realize that the water was poison and spit it out. But Charles is what you call the leader or the king of the guild of the League of Thieves and Beggars. And he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Provide Charles and unamused with an amused tone. But it would be a really good actual thing. Yes, that I didn't even think about it. If it would get to that, yes, that would definitely describe a very dire situation. Of course, you wouldn't want to do that, but you go with what you can. But I'm not gonna make it happen. Like, what's gonna happen in this chapter? What I'm planning to do is they're gonna escape. They're gonna break out. They're gonna try and get to a certain place, and something's gonna happen that's gonna stop them dead in their tracks. And there's gonna be a revelation, and then this chapter is gonna cut. So, yeah. Would be surprising if it didn't, to be honest. Yes, exactly. Thing is, they just woke up all of them there, so and they all have different strengths. The Draken is much stronger physically, despite the fact that she's very lithe. But their physiognomy, the mass is much denser in their muscles, so she's much stronger than a normal person. And actually, I need to have this discussion now, because yeah, I need to see how I go about doing this. But yeah, well, give me a sec. So let me just write this part. Well, the man doesn't seem to be all there, so I don't think we'll need to worry about him coming back anytime soon. Also, there were no guards posted anywhere in the hallway. Whole place seems to have been recently possessed. He paused as grown. As he managed to get up off the ground and started testing the chains. Started ground and the two moved his hands over the chains, looking for weak in the link. This would be much easier if I had a light. He said, roughly. I don't think I can get out mine, but I don't have much strength left in me. These will likely hurt. I've used up most of it on trying to get away from monsters, said Alianda. In a dark tone. Oh, remembered the incredible flame work he'd seen the Draken use to stem the flow of the monsters and to keep bay, paired with her lightning reflexes and incredible strength. He'd been surprised. They had managed to keep them from over flooding them. Had it not been for her, he knew wouldn't have able to stop the bulk of the Ziza from rushing to the surface, from killing their party and rushing, actually group, not party yet, group, and rushing to surface, lay destruction to the city. He wondered if her power took a steep toll such his, and wanted to ask and know more about it, but mindful that they weren't alone. They weren't amongst weren't alone. Held his tongue. Say up book. Alright. How much did we write so far? Can you actually hear me when I'm mumbling writing? Or is it too loud or too not loud? Is it? I ask if the music is like overwhelming or something like that. Okay, cool. There you go. Whoa. Stop that. 841 words. That's not too bad. Better get in there. That is very slow though. There are days where I'm writing like 1700 words. I mean, that was the max, 1700, I think, or 1800. But I think there are days between 1300 and 1500 is the average. But days like these, holy shit! Now it's getting a bit less interrupted and more flowy, because now I'm getting to the part where it's something is happening. I wish it wasn't like that for my style, honestly. Because I'm excited to keep on writing to try and get that done. Sounds fine. Mostly ambient, yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. It helps me. It's not just for the stream, funny enough. Because like if I keep lofi or any other kind of music, it just doesn't put me in the mindset of the book for some reason. And so yeah, this is very much what works for me. I know some, each artist is different. Other artists use their own methods of getting themselves in the Zen place and let the muse speak for them or to them. The stone. Okay. Side Charles. How is the onomatopoeia for a sigh? I guess it's sigh, but I think it's okay. There you go. Is it? Is it? Do you say onomatopoeia? Onomatopoeia? How do you say it in English? Onomatopoeia in Italian from the Latin. Oh, actually, maybe no. Maybe it's Greek. Onomatopoeia. I think that actually sounds more like Greek than Latin. Well, anyways, let's not get sidetracked here. So Charles. That's not a problem. I've got just the trick for this. And the guards didn't search me proper. With the silence that followed was quickly broken by the sound of bone snapping. Hawk heard the man groan in pain, and then sound of manacle being removed and dropped to the floor. Lucky thing, I've broken my thumb more times than I'd like count. He said, his voice still pained. It's okay, but no, I don't worry about it. Just out of curiosity if people knew or not. So this is an old trick, you could, there are some people who basically, right, so we're talking about normal manacles. We're not talking about like zip ties, right? So if it's not tight enough, what you can do is you can break your thumb, especially this part of the thumb here, and basically you can slide off the manacle off. Not easy to do, very painful. It's kind of like people that have constantly dislocated their shoulder, so they have loose joints. Because of it, it's easier for them to dislocate their shoulder, and they can always pop it back in. This is the trick. One of the tricks. That sounded painful. Said Hawk with a grimace. You get used to it. And it's a nifty tool to have in your box. Need to get out irons. I can teach it. You're never interested. Honestly, hardest, the painful part is putting it back right place. With that, there was another groaning of bone and ligaments in the dark. And a curse coming from Charles. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. See, told you. Or they aren't going to stay in that cell for too long, are they? See? He said planting. Right as rain. Hawk didn't mention anything about the fact that it was pitch black, nor that didn't sound pleasant. He was, however, very excited by mind that was now laying was once more laying heavily on. Wow, we did hour and a half. Okay, go. Yeah, laying heavily on him as his hope was rekindled once. Hey! Why are you not fixing it? Already fixed anyway. Right, no, I don't need double. Already been done. Really, you have to put double here? Punctuation? That's crazy. I'll leave it for that at the moment. Alright, so how much did we write so far? Beep, 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 beep. There you go. There we are. 1,039 words. Not too bad. That's productive. I've reached the 1,000 words, so I'm happy with that. I think it's a good place to leave it at. Can continue sometime tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It's getting there. Let's reread the last, what I've just written, because I've actually not reread anything. So I'll go back to here. When the steps grew closer, a shadow broke the thin line of light from under the door, and then a loud clank came from the door itself, and a set of keys chimed. A set of keys chimed that were placed into a hidden hole, and then the door opened outward. Hawk strained his eyes to adjust to the sudden light. After battling his eyelids a few times, he could make out the outline of a very tall and bulky figure, although he couldn't quite see his face. Behind him, Hawk saw a long corridor lined with similar doors like the one in their cell. A large iron bar was placed in the middle of each, and a metal flap shaped like a keyhole lay at the bottom left door, likely hiding the only way to unlock the cell. Each door was reinforced with heavy wood and lined with metal. Nothing short of an explosion or the power itself could get us out, he thought to himself. He tried to reach out against inside his mind, but nothing came of it. The barren emptiness that made him feel hollow. Then he turned quickly to look at Charles, Ethan, and the last person in the room. It was Aleanda. His heart jumped with relief as he seemed to be all in one piece and alert. He seemed. He could see that she was also awake, although she hadn't spoken at all. They all looked at each other, and Hawks saw that Charles was puzzled when Ethan quickly moved his sight past him. His attention had quickly moved to the figure that was still standing in the doorway. From what he could tell, the man must have been almost 2 meters tall and very bulky. The figure stood just outside the cell, and Hawk could make out his face or much of his features for that matter. As the light was behind the man, senses focused on the man's breathing, deep and rugged, as if standing was an effort. Then, slowly, the figure entered the cell. The door frame was just wide and tall enough to let him through, but his head almost brushed as he stepped in. There was something strange in his gait, something off. It looked as if the person was uncomfortable not just with walking, but his whole body. It reminded him a bit of the string puppets he had seen as a child at the island's fair. The figure approached Ethan, and Hawk could see the man's eyes filled with fear as he tried to move away, his chains rattling on the stone floor. Then the stranger stopped, reached from behind to pull out a large metallic flask and pour the liquid inside of the tin cup that had been lying at Ethan's feet. Afterwards, he took a loaf of bread and split it, placing a piece onto the floor. Drink, eat, the figure said, his tone guttural, and somehow even more unnatural than how he walked. The voice sent shivers down Hawk's spine and reaffirmed the belief that there was something wrong with the stranger, something unnatural. Ethan rushed back to where he had been staying, lunging for the piece of bread and stuffing his mouth with it. Then the figure moved to Hawk and crouched to his eye level. The first thing he noticed was the smell. It was the same smell they had encountered in the tunnel, the waft of dead fish and water, albeit less intense than what the egg sacs had produced. Then he saw that a hood enshrouded the figure's face. He couldn't tell many features of the man that was staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted in certain angles with a yellow light, almost as if he were watching a cat in the dark. The man reached for Hawk's wrists, and with a jiggle of the keys and clank, released them. However, his feet were left clasped in irons. Relief went through his body as he could finally lower his arms and massage his wrists. The burning pain and discomfort he hadn't even been aware of feeling up until then quickly subsiding. The figure poured the liquid in a cup and handed it to him,
fingers like sausages and a hand like a clasp. They made the tiny cup, the tin cup, look like a teacup in comparison. Drink, he said with the same tone. Hawk studied the cup, puzzled, and then looked back into the dark hood. Who are you? He asked. He saw the eyes dart from the cup and back up again. Drink, the man said once more, this time pushing the cup closer to Hawk's mouth. He took the cup and for a second looked at the liquid therein. He tried smelling it, but couldn't quite tell if anything had been placed inside there or if it were poisoned. He looked across the cell to see Ethan and made quick work of the piece of bread and had greedily downed the contents of his own cup. Hawk then looked at Charles and at Leander and questioned them with his eyes, but before he could say anything else, the figure repeated, Drink! This time, his tone was harsher. He brought the tin cup to his lips and slipped a small amount. The fresh water he tasted made his parched mouth instantly beg for more and his body rejoice. He couldn't taste anything out of the ordinary except for the sweetness of the water itself. It was as clear as spring water. He took a few deep sips from the cup and downed them, his throat thankful for the freshness. It felt to him like the best cup of water he'd ever had. Then he looked back at the figure, and he nodded at him, and proceeded to hand him a piece of bread, and said, Eat. Hawk took the bread, and his stomach leapt with happiness at the first bite of the dry and stale loaf that had been handed to him. As soon as he was done eating, and had drunk the full measure, the man locked the manacles back around his wrists, and moved on to Charles and Elianda. The same scene that he had witnessed happened with them as well. Hawk tried to study what he could of the man. He saw that he wore a patched leather cloak and torn trousers. He was barefoot, although the details were intricate to gather in the gloom of the room, with the light coming from the door barely illuminating it. As the figure turned towards the far wall to provide Eliana with the same care he had been given, Hawk quickly tried to take in what he could of the cell proper. As Ethan has described, it was a small sluice grate lay in the corner close to the door, but rather than that, the room was made of stonework and patches of mold varying degrees and sizes were all over. His stomach begged for more food, but he pushed hunger away and studied their cellmate. The man was very thin and dirty. His long hair had become a muddied mess, and it stood at odd angles and shapes around his head. He had a sharp chin framed by a beard stubble, and small eyes that were now intent on studying him and his companions. As he was doing so, dirty yellow hands were picking at the matted grim clothes that he was wearing. Yet again, Hawk tried to access the power and said to no avail, and his mind was still very foggy. The headache resurfaced again, and realized that every time he tried for the power, the sharp knife-like pain would come back racing, punishing him. With the last clanking of metal, the figure stood back up and left the cell behind him, slamming the door shut. The sound resounded like thunder in Hawk's ears. When the steps were far away enough not to be heard any longer, he heard the noise of pouring liquid coming from Elianda's direction. Crimson mire, she said in a harsh tone. Use the roots powder in the water. The bread seems fine, but the water is poison to muddle the mind. So that's what's been banging on my head like a drum, said Charles. It's going to be hard staying in the cell without drinking. Yes, I've looked at the room, but I couldn't see anything that could get us out of here. You're right, Margaret, Hawk said, accentuating the name. He didn't know how much of their previous conversation the dragon had heard. Yes, I'm fine, my dear brother, he replied, and he sighed with relief. So, Ethan, said Charles in a dry tone, how long have you been here for? What was your last memory before being brought to this cell? Hawk could hear his guide meddling with the chains on his left in the dark. I don't think I have to keep repeating in the dark. I've said it a few times by now, and I'm going to repeat it just after, so I'm going to remove that. I haven't the recollection, and I as I said to Jacob here, I don't quite remember. Everything is foggy and my mind doesn't really go past a certain point. For some reason, I couldn't even remember why I came here, or my mother's face. The man said in a worried tone, his voice breaking once more. Hawk had noticed that the man hadn't seemed to recognize Charles's voice nor face once the door was open. But perhaps it was because the man had been drinking Crimson for a while. Memory loss is common with the extended exposure to the mire, said Charles, exhaling, as more noise could be heard coming from his direction. What are you doing? Asked Ethan. They hear you, they'll come back. Replied Charles with an amused tone. Well, the man didn't seem to be all there. I don't think you'll need to worry about him coming back anytime soon. Also, there are no guards posted anywhere in the hallway. The whole place seems to have been recently repossessed. He paused as he managed to get off the ground and tentatively moved his hands over the chains, looking for weakness in the links. This would be much easier if I had a light, he said roughly. I think I can get out of mine, but I don't have much strength left in me. I've used up most of it when we were trying to get away from the monsters, said Oleander in the dark tone. Hawk remembered the incredible flame work he'd seen the Draken use and stem of the flow of the monsters, and to keep them at bay. Paired with their lightning reflexes and incredible strength, they had managed extraordinary strength. They had managed to keep the stem from overflooding them. Had it not been for her, he knew he wouldn't have been able to stop the bulk of the Ziza from killing their group and rushing to the surface to lay destruction to the city. He wondered if her power took a steep toll, just his did, and wanted to ask and know more about it. But, mindful that they weren't alone, he held his tongue. Ugh, sighed Charles. It's not a problem. I've got just a trick for this, and the guards didn't search me proper. Silence that followed was quickly broken with sound of bone snapping. Hawk heard the man groan in pain, and the sound of the manacle being removed and dropped to the floor. Luckily, I've broken my thumb more times than I like to count, he said, his voice still pained. That sounded painful, said Hawk with a grimace. You get used to it. It's a nifty tool to have in your box when you need to get out of irons. I can teach it to you, if you're ever interested. Honestly, painful part is putting it back in the right place. And with that, there was another groaning of bone and ligaments in the dark, a curse coming from Charles. See? He said, panting, right as rain. Hawk didn't mention anything about the fact that it was pitch black, nor that it didn't sound pleasant. He was, however, very excited, despite the mind fog that was once more lying heavily on him, as his hope was rekindled once more. That's not too bad. It's flowing all right. I think there's a good cadence to the events. Is sensical as well. It's logical. I like to be able to put logic in the work and to be consistent and also coherent, because if I were to do something that wouldn't make sense, like you magically just whatever breaks the chains or whatever like that, that wouldn't make sense. And the same thing as to why I had to speak of the Draken and say that she's been drained, because she's been almost fainting when she wasn't attacked by the monsters and they've been fighting. So doesn't she has her own way of doing her own magic. So yeah, I think I kind of tied up a couple of loose ends and explained a couple of things. Next, we're gonna try and get them out of this cell and into the hallway, and perhaps gonna see what happens after that. It's not too bad. I like it. I think it's okay. It's okay. It's something that there's definite parts that read a little bit too wordy. There are some other things that, probably on my second read, I need to chop away. Also, of course, in the second read, I'm going to have to embellish it a bit more. But I
don't think it's too bad. I don't think it reads too sluggish, too boring. You're still interested in finding out what these characters can do, because we still don't know. Like, you don't get a spreadsheet of all the characters and these are the skills, these are the powers, this is what this person can do, this is that. And Hawk is discovering this alongside us, right? The readers. Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, we're getting there. I think a couple more rights, and we're gonna finish the chapter. Maybe 3 more writing sessions if they're not too sluggish. Because we've done like over 5,000 words this chapter, and usually the chapters are around 7,000. I actually wanted to check something. Average page length of a hardcover book count. It's 250 to 300 words per page. So if I count to 250 words per page, check for hearts, use a calculator. So let's say the average is 7,000 words. So, oh wait, no. We say, oh yes, 250. Right. So it's going to be divided by 250. About 28 pages per chapter. Not too bad. It's fairly lengthy. Some are going to be less so. Some are going to be more than that. So if I'm calculating this correctly, my current, let's say, just the current book size and page wise, if you're looking at a hardcover book in the UK, counting an average of about, let's say, 28 pages, because it's an average 7,000 words per chapter, we're around 448 pages written of this book. Just to put it into perspective, right? Because chapters is one thing, and me having 14 pages here doesn't really make it, doesn't really translate to the same amount of pages that is going to be on a actual formatted page when printed or in ebooks format. So yeah, that's a respectable amount. I'd say I'm at least halfway through then. Maybe a bit more than like, I mean, a bit less than halfway through, but yeah. So probably I'm gonna end up at 40 something chapters the way that I'm going. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, if you count the, a normal novel, right? So we're talking, like, let me go check. Let's see. I'm gonna take a couple of normal novels. A bit of a. So Right now we have here. This is called the Lost Bookshop. The Lost Bookshop. This is like a fiction my wife reads. This is paperback, granted. It's 434 pages, including the epilogue and the author notes. Right. So this is a book finished already. What I would be right. Looking at the latest Jack Reacher in paperback. We're looking at 410 pages. So that's that. And if we're looking at science fiction, which tends to be verbose depending on the saga and all that, but not as necessarily as strong as lengthy as oh, that's nice. Anyway, as fantasy books, we're looking at 480 pages. This is Hyperion. This is a classic. This is a special version of that classic, but this is a beautiful classic. Yeah. Oh, it smells so good. Oh, I love the smell of books. Oh, I could smell books all day. Oh, it's so good. I have an addiction to books. So, I'm not gonna lie. I know that it's weird because, like, I know where I am. I just putting it into words. I feel fairly proud that I've gotten to 400 and something. Like, that's an achievement in and of itself. Like, that's already a book. It's not my book finished, but it's already kind of like a book being finished. That's incredible. Wow, that's cool, actually. Don't mind. I mean, there's fantasy that's shorter. Unfortunately, I'm writing epic fantasy, so I didn't make the easy choice for myself. But yeah, like if this were, let's say, you know, a normal book where I end at 500 something words, which would be in a couple of chapters, I would be already going for the second draft. So not bad. Just to put it in perspective. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be on the second part of this. So, like, I'm saying I'm a third done of the book, at least a third. Maybe a bit more than a third. So maybe like almost at half of the book. And I need to get them. Like, there's a couple of things. Like the main big group is going to split up, and we're going to follow kind of the story in two ways, but it's mainly going to be focused around Hawk, I think, because otherwise it's going to be like two books in one, which is going to be hard. But I could still do it intelligently so that it doesn't, you know, like, so long as it aligns with the way that the story needs to progress in, it should be fine. And I can also use the like one part of the group to cover time passing of the other part of the group, because one group is going to stay inside of the city Alabaster to try and set up a network and to undo the corruption that is happening within the city, whilst also trying to send word to the world of what's happening which is, you know, hey, the apocalypse is happening and they're keeping it hush hush. Prepare your pitchforks and, you know, get ready to fight. And that's insane. Yeah. And then on the other side, I need to send another part of the group to the monolith. Is in the north. I have the photo. Where is my photo? Is it on? All right, yeah, it's book 1. So we look at here. At the moment, we are in Alabaster, right? The actual story, my protagonists started in Shines Island, the Islands of Shines. They need to make their way, like the part of the group needs to make their way from Alabaster, like escape Alabaster, and make their way to the monolith here. Of course, it's not going to be like 30 chapters just to get them there, like of just travel, but it kind of will have to be. Yeah. Yeah, the sad thing is I can't even find this map. I don't think I threw it away, but I just can't find the original. Thankfully, I scanned it. I can't find the original of it. Anyway, that's what we have to do. And then the next book's gonna be a bit more windful, onerous, Stormwood Rathius and all that. So yeah. Nice. Okay, so let's swap game. Give me a sec. Okay, we're gonna swap the game to the Division 2. So let's change things up. Where did I put the name for this thing? Yeah. Let's stop. Please don't stop the music. Oh, Arrow! Hey, buddy. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I didn't even see the mess. I didn't check messages today. I'm doing really well, and the little one is doing really well. Thank you so much for asking. How are you? Unfortunately, I will say, like, but we'll do, you know, Diablo again tomorrow. Today is just going to be the Division, but the season has died down significantly. Like last night, I came online on Diablo 4, and there was nobody asking, like, needing my help. So it was quite troublesome, as they say. But in the end, you know, we're gonna get a new season soon enough. So, but with that being said, absolutely, I can hop on real quick to have you added. If you just give me 1 sec, let me actually quit the game because I don't think my computer can handle streaming and launching 2 games. So give me a sec. I can accept the invite. That's it. How have you been? How are things? Oh yeah, we're not starting with, with this kind of song right now. Not starting with that song at all. All good, thank you. Oh, yeah, no, of course I know, but I do want to. Like, don't worry about it. Like, don't worry. I I'm always happy. I'm extremely happy when people want to. That's why we're doing it. So happy to do that. Right, so I'll pop on my barbarian. And then I'll add you. Dance. Alright, Stu. Ida, what is your nickname in game, please? Your Battle.net. I can find you and send you an invite. $5 p.m. on 17th. Eh. Okay. Oh yeah, sleepy. Fight to clan. I've sent it. But sleepy rogue. Fight to clan has been sent. As you can see. I'm gonna be streaming long. I'm gonna be. Oh my god, my hair. Look at that. My stupid hair. Does whatever he wants whenever he wants. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing until 4:15 max. Because then I need to get ready for my son and to take care of him. So 4. And then after that, when my wife arrives, I'm gonna stream again for like an hour and a half. And then take a break, come back at 10. 4 EK time. So it's gonna be an hour and some 40 something minutes. There you go. We're in. Hello, Lorton.
Hello, hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing today?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just eating a moment.
Oh no, it's alright. It's alright. I won't bother you. Enjoy. Sorry about that.
It's fine. I'm going to finish this and I'm going to join you in division.
Take your time. Take your time. Ah, Drainer, thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. How are you? How are you doing today? Great game. I hope so. I mean, I'm enjoying it so far, but I haven't really thrown myself too much at it. And I've been playing with Toon, with Silas, and a little bit with Constantine from our community, so it's been interesting, I can tell you that. Coming back to the division after such a long time. Although I haven't played. But yeah. Oh, unseen. Alright, so I have a few unseen things, so I'm gonna pause mute camera. See. I actually like these little videos.
Would you rather know when you're going to die or how you're going to die?
Spoilers.
Come on, you have to choose one. I just want to get out of this fucking rain. Who told you to stop digging?
Jesus Christ, man. Thinking their own graves, that's just wow. That's cold. Fuck are those? These quadrupeds? Like little robots? Walking robots? That's cool. Alright. Back. Alright, let's go for the quest. Arturo Peña. Señor Arturo?
Agent, we've received a distress call from a community near the Treasury Department. They're getting harassed by outcasts. They need help. You can do something, can't you?
Roy? Sure. Can't really assure anything, but I can try.
Jed wants to rewire the whole thing. It's not an emergency yet, but better to take care of it before it becomes one.
What's the downside?
Well, it's gonna mean taking down the generator for a few hours, at a minimum.
How much of a concern is that?
Given a choice between a planned outage at our convenience versus an unplanned outage that'll most likely happen at the worst possible time.
Can't argue with that. What do you need from me?
Just Henry. Henry, he's gone. Of course.
Why is part of the chat not being played? What the hell?
9 months ago, I would have been able to save him.
Okay.
I'll be right outside. Henry? What are you doing back here?
Hiding.
From what?
Everything.
Why? What's going on?
Nothing in particular.
Want to talk about it?
It's nothing. Just feeling a little out of my depth.
You.
Why do you say it like that?
If you're out of your depth, where does that leave the rest of us? You're... what's a good word? Indomitable?
Indomitable?
Henry, give yourself some credit. Now, stop brooding and come get something to eat.
Stop brooding, come and get something. That works.
Hey, you alright?
Easy peasy.
It's nothing. I'm okay.
Sure you are.
Sorry, I'm usually not like this.
Which is why I'm worried about you.
It just hit me out of the blue that today's my wedding anniversary.
Oh, jeez. That's rough.
You've been through it already, haven't you?
Yeah, but I didn't realize until almost a week later. Double whammy of feeling like a terrible husband and then remembering I'm not one anymore. And that leads to even worse shit. My son's birthday is only a few weeks away.
God. Henry, I didn't mean to drag you into this pity party.
You didn't drag me into anything. I invited myself in. There's one thing I can say. It's to take the comfort that's offered. We're screwed. Any way you look at it, absolutely screwed. Come on, Henry, we'll figure it out. How, huh? We're running out of food. It's been weeks since the last supply drop. I don't think any more are coming. We're not going to starve. A heaping plate of wishful thinking isn't going to cut it. Our crops aren't coming along fast enough or well enough. Have you been out there lately? The city is a buffet of wild game. There's more raccoons hanging out on K Street than there used to be lobbyists. It doesn't do us any good if we're on lockdown in here.
Okay.
Fucking outcasts are hellbent on wiping us off the map.
I mean, these are all, like, I guess insights into Henry's little thing.
It's kind of a hobby of mine.
Trying to get a settlement running.
Spend your final moments doing something you enjoy. Is that a fact? Realistically,
That's done. Now we're gonna have to speak to Henry himself, and then we'll see from there where we actually go. Oh, there's a barber here. Hello. Got a barber. That's amazing.
We're barely hanging on. It's hard to motivate people to fight for their lives when their lives aren't worth fighting for. Good to meet you. Henry Hayes.
Look, I sympathize, Henry. But we have our own problems, and they're big problems.
Maybe we can help. I know you need people.
You keep telling me you can't spare anyone.
Not right now, but if you guys can take some pressure off of us.
We're already doing what we can.
Are you? Because outside those walls, it's perdition. We let our guard down just for a second, and it's over.
Oh, we're trying our best.
Whatever you're doing out there, we're not feeling it in here.
Well, Sheriff, I hope you're ready for some extra work.
All right. Ready, ready. Ready, steady. Bank headquarters, DC, DX, quarters link. Okay. Unlocked a few things. More stuff here. But, yeah, more missions. Okay. I'm gonna go for the control point. That way I can unlock a bit more of the map for us. Okay. Into the toxic alley.
I knew we could do it.
Hello, Sky.
Another agent.
Toon is here. Yay.
Augmentation active.
No, I'm here.
Yay. Awesome sauce. Now the fun begins. Time to kick ass and take names or get my ass kicked.
Reinforcements incoming. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Ooh, I believe. Turned off stuff. Yes, there is. Yeah. Oh, I got shooting on me. Oh, thought you were dead. Enemy leader neutralized.
Incoming hostiles detected. Electronic device detected.
Oh.
Heavily armored hostile.
Owie, owie, I'm on fire. Don't step into the fire, ninja. Oh, good. Oh, what the? Behind us. We got it. We got it.
Supply room access unlocked.
Hey. That's it. I like that you can pick up the objects that you put on the floor, you know, the different skills. And that shortens the cooldown. So if you need to move, because that I think is something that they only introduced in this game. They weren't actually doing in the first one. And there were plenty of times where you're just waiting for a cooldown to set, because you just use it. Can I go up? Thank you. Me some boots. 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 All the leads. Ooh. Howdy. Equip. Equip. Yeah, but no, I don't want the shot to be primary weapon. Secondary weapon, and I want rifle. I don't think it was this one. And let's see here. Bend. Bend. Fortunately. Construct. Yay! Base. Stuff. Right, what's next? Let's see. Main mission. Side missions. Go for main mission.
Hyena defector has alerted us that they recovered something from the wreckage of Air Force One.
All right, let's do it.
The hyenas.
Let's do it!
In the vault at the World Bank. Whatever they stole must be important if they're going to this much trouble. Our informant tells us that one of the hyenas should have the access codes to the vault. I need you to get in, get the codes, open the vault, and get back what they stole.
Oh shit. Sorry, give me a sec. I pushed the wrong button. That's right. Oopsie, that's people being killed here. Whoa, the hell happened there? That guy just became mist? What the?
Detected. Control point in proximity.
I have a rifle. What? What are you doing? Okay. Sure. Can't see you. There you go. Oh, you did. I'll pin up. Our friends.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to recover the item the
Okay.
hyena stole from Air Force One. Our
Oh.
hyena insider-
Access codes from Air Force One? Holy shit.
CEO's office will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
They're not joking about, honestly. What happened?
Headshot after headshot.
Nice. Oh, headshot.
I boom headshot, boom headshot.
Exactly. For those too young to know that reference, Google it. I wonder what happened to the guy. People up there as well. Huh? Hey! Oh, thing, don't get in my way. Oh, you can go up the stairs, okay. Go up these stairs. Whoa! Something went poof and boom. Is it you that you have these kills that like blow them up into fine mist?
I don't know.
It's a magic bullshit. Go.
I just shoot, enemies die.
Understand. Oh wait, shit! I don't have my camera on. Okay, there you go.
What do you suggest?
We form a council. You have a problem? Leave your piece at the door, and we deal with it together. As an organization. What is this shit? It's called politics. So you mean like a treaty? Like a treaty? How you want to?
Oh, freaking shield.
Yeah, shield's gone. Guy's
Oh
dead.
wow. Okay, cool.
Looks like that key card is the one we were looking for.
I love how these guys always walk with all the key items in their pockets, like rather than leave them in a secure place. It's always funny. Very plot holy of them.
We've hit pay dirt, fellas. Delivery from our secret admirers.
It's about time. I need an upgrade.
So why do you think they're giving us all this shit? Because they know we the baddest motherfuckers in DC.
Hand me that 9.
Hey, look. This one's got buttons and shit.
That's one BFG.
Hostile radio intercepted.
It's the fucking division. Roach wants everyone back at headquarters.
Yep. It is I, the Division. Welcome to Shitty Walk. Can I take your order? Oh, thank you for the light. Go.
And intense music.
There you go. Boink. Oh, there's a thingy-mabob here on the floor. Lootsies. Okay, got some rounds. Kill.
The vault's just up
Oh.
ahead.
So. Use the encryption key. Mamma mia. People are getting smooshed into ground. Meat. Oh, that is a proper vault. I mean, we are at the bank, right? So it makes sense, but...
Authentication successful. Access granted.
Open sesame. That is the vault key. Wow, mamma mia. Can you want to split the delete and then we can retire in style?
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Pull the president out of the wreckage. Agent, you've got a new assignment. Find out
Wish
where
we
the
could.
president is being held and get him back. I think Isaac with a bank security system
Just go
should
rogue
be
now
paying
from the
attention to
division and
vault.
just steal all this money.
I will. Yeah. Pretty good. Gold bar. I picked up a gold bar, yeah. I could do that. It would help pay for the wedding and then probably put down mortgage. The gold bars are fairly heavy, depending on the size. Just going around the map, just checking if there's any other collectibles to be... Water. Where's water? Don't see water. Lady. Oh, this is all behind the vault door? What the frick?
Beginning search query.
That's crazy.
Defender terminal.
That's definitely more people. I just can't... Oh, there you are. Well, that something blew up. Hey, play nice.
Broken. He's dead.
Hey, knife rifle. Say hello to my little friend. No? No hello? Okay. Definitely. Go hide here. Go. Shooting at me. Stop shooting at me. Not shot. Owie. Want to guess Big Baddie comes out of the last seconds? No? No Big Baddie? There's somebody behind there, but let's go say hello to them. Oh, they're coming. They're coming.
President Ellis. I'll have a helicopter on standby to extract him.
Oh, Alice is still alive. Okay.
Lockdown procedure initiated.
That doesn't sound good.
Nope. Does not sound good.
Do you have a way out of the vault?
Searching for a way out of the vault. 0 matches.
Piece of shit wristwatch. Okay, let me see. If you can punch through the west wall, there's a maintenance tunnel running alongside your position. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we got.
Going, where are we going? It's here. Out my ass. Okay. There's a blown wall. Easy peasy to get in there.
Isaac, plot a path to the president's location.
Highlighting most expedient path.
Son of a bitch, it actually worked. Thanks, Isaac.
Oh, that's fire. Fire is not good, is it? Isaac? That was not the most expedient. Is that a way to shut off fire? Oh no, we just run through it. Okay, cool. Fire, bad, but we are inhuman. We do everything. Oh, that is baddies here. Oh, what? Oh, hello. Ow. Ow. I'm completely, like, stunned. The shite. Oh, these are all restocks. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go. Cue elevator music. After this mission, I'm gonna go and get myself a fruit. Ooh, gotta defend President Ellis. Leave the president alone. Is this a dirty politician? President, would you get the frick down and out of the fucking harm's way so we don't have to pick you up in pieces? Thank you. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna go down. Can I go down? Yeah, I can. Okay. And I'm gonna go right next to you. I'm gonna put this down. Hopefully it'll heal you. Doesn't heal you. Okay. Great, move! President.
Give him an earpiece and get him on comms.
I gotta love, missions like this one.
Electronic device detected.
Where is the electronic device? Okay. Give comms to President Ellis. Yes, we are trying to escort mission here.
Now.
Roger that, Mr. President. We've already got a bird in the air.
Hello, Mr. President.
I'm not seeing any rooftop access to your location.
I didn't vote for you. Sorry.
Fine. Get me to the atrium.
Heads up, we're inbound to your location. Coming in over the atrium. Keep your heads down. Gonna make a hole.
Alright. Wait. That's a big bada boom. Go, go, go!
Hostile radio intercepted.
Well, that's a load of shit. Kill every last one of those fuckers. I want them dead. Roach, our gear supply will dry the fuck up if word gets back to the rest of the council.
That is a nice chopper. Black Hawk down. Right. Oh, we can go down. See that? Wait. Secure the atrium. Can I? No. Like you need to go there. Ow! Owie! That's literal poison being tossed at us. Canister poison. Jesus Christ. Don't go here. Eliminate Roach? No, I like Roach. My favorite horse of all time. What happened to that guy?
You're a credit to the division, Agent.
Yay, we managed.
Working with you once you get back to base.
We have done it.
Huge victory for us. Good to have you back, Mr.
That wasn't too bad, was it? Managed.
Hey there. President Ellis wanted to talk to you. I think he wants to say thank you for saving him. Go see him when you get a chance.
Come back to the base if you want to add to your skills, Agent.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to base so I can unlock another skill and then I'll go get some fruit.
Okay.
I'm hungry. Need some fruitsies. I'll be right back! Sorry, I was asking if you play Metal Gear, like for example, 3, 4, and 5. Do you need to know the story of the first two? I don't know if you can hear me. Hmm. Really? Hmm. Oh wow. That is a weird order. I will say, I am a fan of the whole remastering or remaking a game, whatever you want to call it. Like they're doing nowadays with Resident Evil, where they actually put in the time to make it, to bring it up to standard. Because I went back and played Resident Evil 1 remake HD, whatever it's called. Uh, hmm. 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 I heard. So I'm very happy that they're remaking the series. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, hello. Hmm. Yeah, it's true. It's true. They're making a new one, which is Resident Evil 9, which is supposed to be based on Outbreak. Like the continuation of Outbreak. I never played Outbreak. Um, but I'm very happy with the other games as well are getting. Oh, yeah. I like both. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, wow. Okay. Fair enough, but still, oh, that is interesting. That'd be an interesting. It would also be interesting to see why they would do that. You know, why they would have split. Well, yeah, and for me personally, I agree that the change from 7 is a complete. It makes it feel like a completely different franchise, and it's very true. But I do like that they went back to the horror aspect. Hmm. Listen. Yeah, with the DLC. With the girl. Yeah. Yeah. I played it. It was really nice. I mean, if they give the option to choose, would be even better. That way people who want to can do either or. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I understand. Hmm. Oh, shoot. Is it just me, or is it hard to hear her? Like, hard to hear. Okay, because it sounds for me muffled. Or... Yeah, lower than usually. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Yes. Uh-huh. Boom, 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 boom. They're investigating on the matter, and they're gonna get to as quickly as they can, which means I'm still in limbo, and they're not gonna send a replacement just in case. Yeah, they did. Yeah, the update read. I read. Thank you for writing back to us. Your experience is certainly not in line with what we intend for our customers, and we want to assure that you are taking this matter very seriously. Our team is diligently reaching out to the relevant department to further investigate this and for us to have the remaining item delivered to you as soon as possible. Our deepest apologies for this experience and for any inconvenience this may have caused you. Rest assured that once we receive an update from a dedicated team, again, 70,000 teams I'm just being bounced through, we will reach out to you again and keep you posted regarding the status of your chair. In the meantime, should you require any assistance or have any inquiries, please feel free to reach out and we'll do my best to help. Why? What they're doing is the what they're doing is they're using a third party support team, and the support team, yeah, and +8 is probably Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, I don't know where, and they are going to they're basically they're the firewall between the actual team of people who works in the different offices of Secret Lab and not. And also, it's not called Secret Lab in the UK. It's registered under NX Technologies or something like that. So anyway, bullshit, basically. So that's why I love Amazon. I know that it might be really bad for so many other things, but at least they're so well done in the way of support. And if something goes missing, wrong, or something like that, you pick up the phone, they'll figure it out right away, and they'll get you sent to you. Done. No questions asked, and done. You know. Through Amazon? What? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Oh, if I'd known that, I would have bought it there. Well, to be fair, if I'd known that this whole situation would happen, yeah, I wouldn't have bought the chair. Probably would have gone with something else. But can't see Secret Lab chair on Amazon. I can see other. Oh yeah, I see it here. Titan Evo 530. Yeah. The problem is it's not sell through Amazon. No, it's not. It's done through Secret Lab. Yeah. Yes, but only to the degree of like if you want your money back, they'll get you your money back. But other than that, they can't send you anything. They'll just pester the seller. And because I've had it happen for an order of baking soda for cooking, where they sent me some baking soda that honestly tasted like cat piss. And I was telling them like there's definite like this batch is definitely there's something wrong because you're selling it as food grade baking soda, but I can tell you that there's definite something in there that is not food grade because anything you make with us will taste awful and it gives you stomach cramps. So through that, I had to pester Amazon. Amazon just raised the issue a few times with the seller. The seller got in touch with me. But Amazon just said, look, if they are not helpful in any way, shape, or form, we can step in and refund you the money. But other than that, we can't do anything about it. That's it. That's the extent of what Amazon can do. Yeah. Yeah.
Due to it being on the market.
Yeah, I mean,
because they were like they sold it as my weight limit. I stepped on it. Trust it, like.
Well, I will say.
Don't trust it at all.
I will say for myself, with this whole experience of Secret Lab, as the kind of company that I would 100% avoid on buying from unless you get the product. So far, the quality I can't attest to, but if the product's quality is as good as, you know, been advertised by Bless and everybody else, get it not for Secret Lab, and I'm sure that is not sent by Secret Lab. That's it. That's what I will say. Like, honestly, is that to that point of like how bad it's been.
I waited 4 weeks for this baby, and I didn't. I was so happy I didn't complain afterwards, even though I was due compensation. delay.
Yeah. We'll see. I just
I did receive compensation.
I don't want to wait for 4 weeks for it. And that's the whole point.
Yeah, I know. Thing is, I do tell people, like, if you're gonna order a Secret Labs, make sure that you don't get rid of your previous chair, because they will fuck you around if they can. And I don't mean them; they're fine. It's their delivery companies who just shite.
Mm.
You know why? He got a Secret Labs chair.
Hmm.
His came within 2 days. This is to California. Came within 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't they do the same in the UK when they're a UK-based company?
Well, it's normal that in the end, you know, if they have
It's the delivery team.
yeah, like different, because the Secret Lab company is incorporated or registered in different countries and under different names, and there's different teams that handle it. So,
but the HQ is in England. The headquarters is in England.
Really?
It's, yeah. Hang on. It's there. They've got like a.
It's in Singapore. Actually, that's what
No,
Wikipedia
that's
says.
They need to back up their ideas with customer service and
So for me, Wikipedia says the founder
have a UK based customer service team at least.
the founder is Ian Ang and Alex Shaw, and the headquarters of the company is in Singapore. Yeah.
But they're registered.
Yeah, you can register the company under different names in different countries for sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Like
Because they.
with my company here in the UK, I could have registered that company in Italy and anywhere else, because you need to be able to register a company within the grounds to be able to trade within said grounds. You can do it internationally, but then your taxation goes high and you're just not having a good time as a company. So it's just easier to incorporate or register the company as a limited company within the country, get done with all the legal stuff, and then push the books through that country. This is why everything is going through Singapore. Like, they have a UK website, and they have NX Logistics, whatever, is the company that holds their stock here in the UK, and probably have several stock warehouses around the UK. And depending on where you order from the UK, the order goes through to UK, and their UK teams in the warehouses take care of it. But the headquarters and everything else goes through Singapore. Yeah, there you go.
That's funny.
That's how you save money.
Both specialized in StarCraft 2. Secret Lab was a startup company from 2 professional esports players who were in StarCraft.
Yeah, it says that here in Wikipedia. Both of them specialize in StarCraft 2. Haha. See. Okay. So, oh yeah, I could always see if I need to upgrade some shitty tech. Shitty tech.
Oh, hey.
Oh, new equipment rolls out.
Granada.
I knew esports players, but I didn't know that it was StarCraft 2 esports. Probably watched them way back when. They played stuff.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat that again, Paul?
Oh, I said I knew they were made by esports players, which is why I fully supported Secret Labs from when I was first hearing about them.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of the first to get a Secret Labs chair, then Waken got one, then Doc got one.
Oh,
Then
really?
everyone started getting them. But I was fully in because I got the Omega, like one of the earlier ones.
Right.
And that's over there. And when I first got it, I had the most god awful pain in my thighs and my lower back because it adjusted my hip to sit properly. So I'd never sat properly in my life.
Oh, yeah.
So when I moved to this chair as well, I didn't have any pain because I had already been sitting up with a good posture.
Yeah.
For so long in the Omega.
Right.
So I was very, very lucky. Like it completely changed my body.
Good.
From really crappy chairs that I had before.
Yeah.
So I'm 100% backing these chairs because they're designed for esport players.
Yeah.
In their chairs for longer than 12 hours.
Yeah.
And they also wanted to add in that they would be able to do that even with medical conditions.
Yeah.
So that's why I personally love Secret Labs because they're looking out for people like me who are gamers who stay in here a long time, who have medical conditions, who need to be supported, and so that's why I back them. However, the delivery service after that Omega, I've only and after they changed from DPD and the usual services, they've gone to like little small businesses for the larger parcels and stuff, and they just fuck them around all the time, and it's not fair because Secret Labs does have a good support system and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And every time I've had a complaint, they have dealt with it. Take some time, but they do deal with it, and you do get compensation.
Yeah.
If you do complain. Because I genuinely don't want their names going downhill. They used to be 5-star on Trustpilot as well, now they're 4-star.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's probably happened when the shift change of delivery. Well, granted, it's not only in the UK that they've gotten low reviews. It's a bit all over the world. They've gotten bad reviews. I don't know. For me, these these kind of things are it goes hand in hand. If somebody I'm creating a company, and one part of my, or a big part of my network to get the product to the customer. So the first part is having an amazing product and keeping to the promises and all that and being a wonderful company. But the second part is making sure that the product reaches the customers as it should. And if there's, for whatever reason, an issue with that, then it is imperative that you fix that ASAP. I can't believe that I'm the only person who's had this kind of issue, because you said you've had issues with delivery, and I've seen that there've been problems like on Trustpilot with it. As I said, for me, if it is true that the quality of the chairs is that good, as I said, because I cannot attest, I cannot attest to the lumbar pillow so far. It's pretty good. That's it. But that lumbar pillow does not make a chair, right? So if that is the thing, then as I said, I would advise to try and get the product not through them directly, but through something else. Like I even said, I would have rather have gone with a used eBay chair that is theirs, that doesn't give you probably the warranty. But at least I would.
The warranty is also amazing. Even 60. I had my Mega. I showed them pictures of my Mega. This is from over 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. And they offered to change my my whole the whole of the arms because the arms are not the pulley off ones.
Yeah.
They offered to change them, but I didn't go through with dealing with that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But because you have to take pictures, product number, find the thingy, find the invoice.
Yeah.
But they said they would have replaced the arms of an 8-year-old chair.
Yeah.
Because it didn't fit what their.
Got out about the drink.
Oh my god! Oh,
Whatever's happening over there,
I'm
we
getting
just shut
sick of
it
ice cream.
down.
Screw you.
Well, I mean, like, the thing is, the company is in Singapore, and Singapore has, like Korea and Japan, they tend to have a higher standard for, like, they don't do shitty companies. Okay, there's a whole culture of excellency in these kind of countries, right? Overall, in general, and I'm not trying to generalize too much. So it's unlike in the West where you can end up with people who just don't give a flying fuck,
like,
you know?
Like, especially in Japan,
Yeah.
like when they do something wrong, they're deeply ashamed.
Exactly.
And like they will like literally go, be there publicly and like bow to you to ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen that happen for Japan, yeah, for sure. But the thing is, like, these countries, they have really good mindset for business, as it should be, because if you're in the business of doing anything for others, and whether it's business to business or business to customers or B2B, B2C, then it's still extremely paramount that you ensure that everything is up to par. And if there's an issue such as delivery causing a lot of distress to new customers, which is such an important thing, just as important as if you were to say your products are extremely shitty quality, they get damaged really easily, what's the point of spending £4,500 for it, right? But it's just as bad as that. So yeah, you have to fix it, and I know that they probably went with the choice of going for this kind of like smaller companies, not DPD, etc., because it's also cheaper. Because it's not just, like, let's be honest, DPD, FedEx, and all these kind of companies, they'll happily deliver heavy stuff. You just have to pay for more because they look after the people, right? So, and I know the Pets at Home did the same thing. Pets at Home, which is an UK company, they don't work with DPD anymore because DPD told them, like, it has to be a two-man's job. It's like 30 kilo stuff. So we're going to have to charge you more for it because it's going to be 2 men delivering it. And they're like, well, no, we're just going to go with another company that allows people to break their backs. Because we, instead of, caring about your backs, we care about our wallet. And now they're going with Hermes. Well, it's called Every now, but Hermes in the UK, which is one of the worst. Yeah, exactly. And I've already lost 2 packages thanks to Hermes. And it's just like freaking cat litter. It's not even like anything fancy. It's just freaking cat litter. But it's 30 kilos of it, right? Which I understand. It's not easy to do. But, Hermes is the kind of company that is lazy about things. Like, they just half-ass everything. And then they'll just, like, if it's too heavy, they'll just mark it as damaged or as delivered, even though they didn't deliver it, So that's the kind of company that they are. I've had Heavy said that my package was delivered, but it was delivered for like 5 houses across the street, So it's all about, like, if you are dealing with this, you'd rather the amount of hours and manpower and resources that you're dealing with because of the issues and the money that you're wasting because of these issues is better spent and paying for a better delivery service that will 100% deliver without hitches, like 90% of the time, rather than half-ass it. For me, as I said, so far, extremely bad experience. And unfortunately, I can only hold the main company responsible because I didn't choose the delivery person or company.
They did.
They did. Right? Now, I'm not gonna crucify them for it, and like I said in my email, I understand this is not necessarily their issue because they didn't. Oh shit! They didn't create the issue themselves, but yeah. Hiya, Giant. Whenever you can. Oh, well done. Yep.
The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the
Joel's
lab
funny.
above you. Stay put once you pull the trigger, and you should.
The what?
Top floor.
What
You can't miss it.
because
It's
my
right in the
partner's
middle
been
of the
away,
lab.
I adjusted my Amazon deliveries
Huh?
to state you have to tick a box to say that it's because of disability for them
Yeah.
to actually do it. But you can put in requests for the delivery drivers to do certain things for you,
Yeah.
especially if you're disabled. So I've asked for all large or heavy packages be delivered inside the house.
Yeah.
So, anyway, my partner was here the other day and I ordered 3 bags of cat food. Oh, cat litter.
Yeah.
And this guy gets one of the bags, the smallest bag, because there's 3. There's 2 packed together, 1 together. And he walks all the way into my house. And my partner's like,
Who is he?
he doesn't know that I'm. Who is he? Why is he coming into the house?
Yeah.
And then he puts it on the floor in front of him. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then my partner just picked it up and walks off of it, and they're both looking at each other very confused. And then he reads the thing and notices it's a girl's name on the thing, so obviously that's my partner.
Yeah. Well.
And he was just like, we were just both looking at each other confused, and I would love to be a fly on the wall for that situation, and I would love to know what they were thinking in their heads. Because he brought in the two, because the second one was 2-pack, and he just handed it to my partner, and he just walked off with it like no problem. But like it was so funny. Like every single time that I pick up a parcel, yeah, they're like, it's very heavy. Do you want me to bring it in? And I'm like, yes, please, because you place it on the floor here.
Yeah,
here,
yeah, of
in
course,
The living room or the hallway. And it's very like they read the assignment, they understood it.
Yes.
And but that was so funny because they clearly read the assignment, but very much didn't understand it.
I see.
Because I had my fully capable partner here. But yeah, if you do have issues with your deliveries not be like, he's got deliveries not being sent up to his flat because he's in an apartment and a flat.
Right.
They leave all heavy packages and stuff in the lobby. So you can put in the instructions, do not leave in lobby, leave outside actual apartment door, and they will always leave it outside his apartment door within safe area. Because his neighbour's got a Ring doorbell, so as long as it's within the Ring doorbell area, he can see it on CCTV.
Oh, right, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it won't be stolen. But if it's in the lobby, people just pick up everyone's post in the lobby.
The outcasts are using blood from an asymptomatic.
I see.
There's no CCTV. It's full of drug dealers in the right after it. So
They're weaponizing green
Don't give a
poison
crap.
and turning it loose on the city.
They will steal your cat.
Anything that might be
Oh no. Okay, well that elevator just had a nice. I like this mission so far. You get to burn people in the room and the elevator just went poof.
Do you want to be funny?
What?
It's one of like you have your cat let stolen, and the next day this guy shows up to his dealer. Yo, how many lines can I get for a bug cutlet, please?
Yeah, yeah. He'll still at it. Yeah, I am. We are. See ya.
Right, Tunes, you know you showed me a Mars?
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
Emily
Oh, Tunes.
the outcasts. If she's an asymptomatic carrier, they've got an endless supply of the virus to play with.
Agent, your route out is in the
There we
research
go.
library.
Hey, while you're
And then
in
I got
there,
Solera as
do me
well,
a
so
favor.
fuck you.
Recover everything you can on broad spectrum antivirals.
What happened there?
I don't like Soleros, so you're
Oh, okay, that's alright.
Yeah. You're
He
fine with that.
showed me a Mars drink, milkshake, a Mars milkshake.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I got the Snickers ice cream here.
Uh-huh.
But I also got a Solero as well.
Funny enough, I don't like the inside of a Solera, but I do like the outside.
They've really shrunk the Mars drinks.
I know. A touch of fridge these days, and you're like, this used to be huge.
Yeah.
I know I'm supposed to be really excited for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because, you know, my birthday is from base event and hairdressers.
Yeah.
But I just think I just walk out the door and it goes, no, in my brain.
Huh?
Agoraphobia for you guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I struggle as well with the large events. I have to get ready mentally quite ahead of
these
time.
escape plans, like it's complete strategies to remove yourself from certain situations before you get in them.
For me, it's more like I get mentally ready to be able to do it, to withstand it, no matter what happens. And then by the time I get home, I'm going to be extremely drained. But I got
like
through it.
social anxiety kind of based kind of stuff rather than social than agoraphobia.
I don't actually have a...
Agoraphobia is a fear of open spaces. It's not.
No, it's just
Any space you cannot escape
crowds.
Data transfer initiated.
Survive with Isaac's. Well, okay, Isaac. Let's survive together.
It's a fear of being in situations where escape might be difficult or that help wouldn't be available if things go wrong. Many people assume agoraphobia is simply a fear of open spaces, but it's actually a more complex condition.
Ow. Ow. Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Hey. Okay.
Transfer completed.
Get this little ceramics. Bob.
Clear to get out of there.
Oh my god,
Samples
I've got a
destroyed.
funny,
I don't think the
funny
outcasts are going to be
bit
able
for
to do
you
much else
to
from
do.
here.
Mmm.
Thanks for getting me that data to play with.
So you know psych wards, caffeine is actually banned. Everything is decaffeinated, all coffee and tea. Yeah.
Really?
Here they come.
However,
Be careful.
right, you're not even allowed to take a caffeinated energy drink onto the ward.
Why?
It'll be removed instantly. Because it messes with your meds, doesn't it? And they're trying to keep everyone calm.
Oh, okay. I mean, it messes with your brain in general, but yeah, I mean, it's caffeine, it's not freaking.
Well, it can for people with psychosis and stuff like that.
I
And
did-
I think
yeah.
it's huge different. And people sensitive.
I didn't know that.
Also, because, yeah, okay. So basically, it's bad. Bad to have caffeine on a psych ward. Everyone has now established. So, why do they have a vending machine with Coke and Coke and Coke and Coke? The only available option for when you're entering the ward. So if you're voluntary patient, that's where you go get your drink other than juice or, I mean, dilute juice.
Yeah.
Or water, because those are the only two options on the ward. So if you want any sort of drink, it's going to be Coke, right?
Right.
And then not only that, there was this one guy who was voluntary, right? He used to every single, like, I don't know, every single hour, used to leave the ward, go to the shop, down an energy drink, and I'm talking a full can of energy drink, right, and then come back on the ward.
Jesus Christ.
Bouncing.
Yeah,
Bouncing.
yeah, I can imagine. That shit is poison no matter what.
But you'd even tell them, oh, I'm going off to get an energy drink. Bye. And they're like, okay, bye. What can we leave?
Yeah.
Great job,
That's
Mr.
weird.
We've been analyzing the data, and it looks like it's going to make Kelsey
I don't know.
very happy. Even if it's
I think, like, for me, it should be kind of obvious that only certain patients can access certain things, but and I guess a blanket ban is the easiest way to get around it.
Mm-hmm.
You're ready for another skill, I reckon. Come back to the
They
base
also
and we'll set
had
you up.
adjustable risk assessment.
Yeah.
So I've been on 2 different wards.
Yeah.
The one in my hometown, there is a blanket, no cords, nothing, no cords. The only difference was if you're allowed your mobile phone or not. Some people are allowed their mobile phones, some people are not. However, you're not allowed any chargers, you're not allowed any sharp objects, you're not allowed any shoelaces, you're not allowed nothing like that. Right?
Yeah.
Now, there was a girl with a pair of knitting needles on the ward I was on recently.
Your full name.
Knitting needles. And yarn.
Hausner, Jason. Hausner.
And she was sat there knitting away because she had it was a risk assessed.
The architect of our suffering.
And it was more beneficial for her to
All
have
I did
them
was
than
draft
not
the
have
site
them,
plans.
because she wouldn't actually do anything with
The
them.
quarantine wasn't my
The
idea.
fact that they're
I was never in
actually-
favor of it.
She has to lock
Yet
her room.
you did nothing to
Yeah, of
even
course.
though the fact she was,
You helped it along.
She was actually
Not by
sat
choice.
in the entrance of her bedroom most of the time. But yeah, it was. It's just interesting
following
how different
orders.
things go about different ways.
Is that your excuse? All will have their turn.
I thought she did the job properly. Oh no, everyone gets a turn. Okay.
Everybody gets a turn. What the ever loving fuck. Yeah, but the thing with I understand that in the end, like certain things you have to prohibit, and it's funny that they allowed her to do that. But again, it's all in the matter of each person is different. Honestly, these places are not fun places to be in, but at the same time, they're just trying to help people get better. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna have to go soon, like in 10 minutes max, maybe 15.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's been fun. I'm actually pretty excited because today I calculated what the current writing progress of my book would be if it was, you know, printed on average,
Yeah.
you know, like that. And I'm up around 448 pages, which for a normal novel would be just one book is finished, you know. Fantasy epic does nothing, but still, I'm almost, I would say, between a third and a half of the book done.
What's the average for a fantasy novel?
I say 800 pages.
Oh, okay. So you're about halfway then.
Yeah, just I'd say, yeah, knowing what is left, maybe just under half, but yeah. I felt a point of pride. I was like, hey, actually, I've written enough for a normal book already, so that's pretty accomplishing for me. Like I managed to get to that kind of point, and I'm gonna be even more proud when I get further and further and finish it. But so small wins, you know, and all that. It was good. It's been interesting journey to see what my mind conjures up and try and see where it will take me. Funny enough, I think the other series that I wanted to write, which is urban fantasy, I think would be even more fun to write, maybe even better as a series, I believe. But still, I like both. So and I don't want to leave it unfinished. I want to finish it proper, get it published. Of course, Toon, I will definitely do the audiobook, and then I'll send you the whole entire audiobook so you can read the book.
I know. I want that. Even though I could probably read the book, it would take me way too long. That's why I preferred audiobooks. So I can just sit back and imagine the world with the words that I'm listening to.
Understandable.
Not having to like concentrate on reading the words.
I love audiobooks for when I'm doing stuff around the house. That's really, really useful because, you know, I can just kind of automate the cleaning the house and getting food ready and doing stuff, but whilst enjoying being immersed in another world at the same time. Of course, sometimes my mind wanders and then I have to put it back a little bit, but it's not the worst of things. It does happen, you know. Although I find that because I have the choice and the ability to either doing one or the other, I find that I still prefer reading overall because it's just, especially if I really like the book, having it under my hands and then just being able to get lost in the pages, for me it's a very tactile thing because this is how I was just raised into it, I guess. This is how I became.
What level are you now in game? 19. Oh.
Up. Understand what gear I can want. These. People, can you stop shooting at us? Love Pete. Cool. Holy shit. That is a lot of people.
Ah, I'm on fire.
I asked Missy if she wanted to come back to the game. I said, I need our healer, come back. Because she loves to like heal in games, so yeah, you can be a healer in this game, yeah. Hmm.
Serious trauma detected.
That's quite interesting. Do you know where I haven't left my house apart from one. It's 50. Don't know what.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years, like without someone with me. Yeah. I've never been out my house without someone I trust or know, or anything for the last 2 years. And then the practice manager of my GP told me, "You're not housebound. I've seen you in the surgery. However, I've seen you in the surgery, the doctor's surgery. Yeah. Which I'm just like, she clearly has no fucking idea what the actual criteria of housebound is." And she's a practice manager, which is kind of worrying. I know, right? Oh, I know.
An agent needs assistance.
More shooting at you, Ninja. Ninja, come on. Oh, you're dead.
High threat enemy patrol detected. Group augmentation inactive.
Are you trying to get to the White House?
Group augmentation active.
Why didn't you get to the White House?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Please don't be there.
The post-outbreak population register. Civilians, missing persons, cons.
Wait, you're
Looks like
based
the other
off
agents have been keeping
people,
busy.
Mhm.
Group
Oh.
augmentation inactivated. Friendly combatants detected. Group augmentation activated. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh. The idea. So why haven't you adjusted the White House? You could become president, mate. You have priorities. What, in the game?
Yep.
Oh.
Electronic device
Right.
detected.
Who is the president in the game? Is it a fake name?
Yes.
Elias? That's a nice name. I know, right? I mistook a whole woman today. Like, I thought there was a woman called Marie. I met Marie today. It was the Marie that I was thinking of. There's only one Marie. Yeah, Marie. There's not Marie, and Katie, who's not Katie. Yeah, the other Katie. The one which looks like Katie but isn't actually Katie. She's called Joe. You have to remember there's about 50 staff members in this team that's looking after me right now, and they're all shifty. As in, shifty as in they do days and nights and they rotate a lot. So you meet, like, I've met...
Not shifty as in dodgy.
Yeah, not shifty as in dodgy. Although some of them can be dodgy.
There we go. We got it.
Supply room access.
Is that it? Thank God. They shouldn't have messed with us.
Get that Noah. You have to. You just have to entertain that Noah. When was food not entertainment? He sounded like he was really irritable yesterday on your stream, and I think I asked, like, he sounds like he needs to go out from what I can hear. So I was glad your wife was taking that. Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's just teething. Sounded really irritable yesterday. They need to be babies. Baby do baby things. Do you know what I should have put in the package, Ninja? A fucking earplug. Enjoy. Take care and enjoy your time with your son. Bye.